My friends, what? Test these. Huh. Okay. That seems to be working. Can we change the phone orientation? What does this button do? What's this button do? I don't know what the hell I just did. Okay, so the camera off. Huh. If I turn the camera, if I turn it sideways, does it break it? Or does it go sideways mode? Oh, orientation is locked. Okay, turn the device back. Because you can't do that. I was curious. Okay. What up, my friends? Let's make some tea. Now I'll let my phone charge a minute, and then I'm gonna go make a lot of noise on my guitar again because we're trying to get these fingers back in shape, get my brain back in shape. And it seems to be mildly entertaining for you people, so we're gonna keep doing that. Oh God. I just had, it was the worst curry I've ever, I didn't even know what it is, but it was the, God, most awful shit I've ever eaten in my fucking life. I went to this restaurant for dinner, and it was, by God, it was just like piss warm peanut milk soup with like really bad rice. And I feel like I'm gonna like explode from the gas. It was terrible. The most horrible thing. Like some things should not exist in life, and that's one of the things that should never exist, is whatever the fuck curry. And like, I'm like, so what's the good thing to eat? Yeah, I like this curry. I should have known when I was a white girl as the waitress in the Thai restaurant. I should have known, and that's racist to say, but you're not being racist against white people nowadays, so it's okay. But it was fucking terrible. And you know how it has the spice meter? I'm like, give it to me extra spicy. I mean, like, whatever the spice is, double the spice. It's not gonna be enough. I get this shit, and it was just like, it looked like vomit, like chickpea vomit, and it was lukewarm, and there was not even a single drop of like even black pepper in this shit. It was the most horrible fucking thing I've ever spent money on. It was the worst thing ever. And I feel like I got a fart. I feel bloated. Like I have my mood, you know? And I think my tummy looks extra fat. I'm slimming down actually, so. But yeah, so whatever the fuck that peanut curry shit was, I don't recommend it. It was by far the most horrible thing I've ever eaten in my entire life. Oh, said hi. Why is everybody, oh good. Did I get a sympathy fart from you? Thank you. Sympathy farts are what I need right now because I can't get it out. You see, my fucking stomach's gonna explode. It's like a fucking bag of... What is this said hi thing? Why? What is said hi? Is that like a Chinese name I don't know about? Said hi? Said hi? What is that? Every fucking stream on YouTube now, I get 12 no names that come in and say said hi instantaneously. Without fail. And then I'm gonna fucking troll you and you're all gonna leave because I don't think you're humans. And then a couple of real trolls will come in with IQs of like 68 because I didn't cool enough to make the extra one. Do some stupid shit, and then I'll turn my computer on and fucking time them out, and then we'll stop the show. It's like clockwork. My day was going great, actually. See, look, 10 people just instantly left when I said that. How is it every single time? Same exact thing. My day was going very well. I went to the freaking pool. I did my kung fu in the pool, an hour of training in the water, and it was like, you know, it's like a kung fu movie. It was fucking awesome. And then I had the worst dinner I've ever had in my entire life. It was by far the worst 10, 15 bucks I've ever spent, ever. No, you can't be modern. You play fucking Roblox, bro. Nobody plays Roblox, unless you play fucking, maybe if you play Counter-Strike or a game like, you know, Real Trolls and Men Play. But no, I'm not gonna fucking Robloxer. Did they call you guys Robloxers, I guess? I mean, Roblox is a step above the fucking skippy toilet is brainwash generation, so alright, you know, you're not so bad. You play Roblox, it's fine. I can accept you for a moment. You may pass. You shall pass for the moment. Isn't Roblox like that, like little fucking 16-bit, like square-head motherfuckers and just run around and I don't know what you do? Like you have like little mini games. It's like a cell phone version of that shit, right? What the fuck's it called, the cell phone? It's like a spin-off, like a rip-off of that game. What the fuck's it called? Life something? Hay's for horses. And for hoolas. $1 million, a place to put it, your mom blowing me, and some knee pads for all you youngins who start apologizing. That's what I want. Actually, the rising cost of inflation, I want $100 million. Asking for $1 million, so 1990s. I want $100 million, a place to put it, your mom blowing me, and knee pads for all you little fucks who start apologizing. For not respecting my authority. Oh, I think it's coming, guys. Set hi? Is that like some like bad Vietnamese? Set hi? Don't mind Biden? Hey, what's up, David? You guys can see the beginning of the stream with the Google bots and the freaking 8-bit trolls empowering up the band hammer. The band hammer. Let me set up the band hammer just in case these kids want to get squirrely. You need to get an ass whipping. Set the band hammer up. Here we go. Unfortunately, no whiskey tonight. It'll just be sober shredding. I really need, actually the one time I need some whiskey because I ate some fucking, I don't know what the fuck they fed me. I really wish I had some whiskey. Now I only like, now it's actually got one, now it's a need, but I don't have it. And I feel like I've been robbed. How you doing, David? Everything good? Excuse me. Oh, all the trolls left. I just opened the band hammer. What the fuck? It's like clockwork. You're gonna tell me that this isn't organized gang stalking? Oh shit. Would you look at that? I just found the video. I'm gonna have to send this out. All my friends playing push hands without me in New York City. What the fuck? Now I feel the sads. A video's popped up from Master Wu's channel. Now I feel the sads. I can't even show you. The trolls have left and my likes went up. My likes went up to 2. Only 2 people like me. It's okay. It's been the same way since they started fucking with me since the first Antifa protest when I had my gaming channel. I was getting 3,000, 3,500 fucking viewers. And then there was that, and the apocalypse, and then all this other crazy shit. And then, I've been on every go fuck yourself list from the government. And if Orange Man Bad keeps his promise, they're gonna have to expose what they did to me, and I'm gonna fucking sue everybody. Every motherfucker. It's the only way. They have them on so many federal fucking crimes, against me. Just the Tai Chi community alone, there's a good 15, 20 people that should go to jail for what they did to me. You know what I mean? But the stuff the corporation has done to me is so insane. And now it's I always knew this day would come where it would be obvious and exposed. I just had to wait. But it's like a fucking reckoning is coming for these people. I'm just gonna sit around and wait for it. Big balls, big balls. So today I'm gonna go back to oh, it's coming. It's coming. I haven't. Listen, people, you can say I'm an autistic genius, you can say I'm psychic, you can say I'm both. But anybody who's paid attention to me for the last 15 years, I have a knack for calling shit. Okay? My Facebook followers just call it accuracy. I hack the matrix, I have 100% accuracy. Okay? I see the matrix. Okay? My autistic pattern recognition, psychic abilities, whatever you want to call it, from the woo-woo magic shit. You can't deny I got it. And I haven't missed a beat. It's just in due time. It's gonna be a reckoning beyond. It's gonna be biblical. The problem is, the only way to beat the system is within this. Oh, the karma is definitely real. Karma is it's a simple physics thing. It's cause and effect. Now there's ways to delay karma and sidestep karma for a little while. But it's like a fucking heat-seeking, genetically modified missile. You can only delay it. Even these crazy Babylonian demon worshippers who do their little rituals, they think they're getting away with stuff. They don't realize that in the end, everyone pays. You just delay it. Everyone pays. And the fucked up thing is the way God works. When 2 things happen when people don't get their karma right away. The first one is it's delayed, right? And when it's delayed, it can be delayed for a long time. Sometimes even for a couple generations, depending on how crazy it is. But when it comes back, it's like an avalanche. It's it's bad. The next way is especially if the gods want to get you, they really want to get you. They'll say God will let you get to the top of the mountain and let you think you're the shit, you're the king of it all, and you have all the things, right? Just so that at the end, the drop is that much farther. Booby-chan, hi, naughty nasty, all fucking day. You ain't heard that fucking shit on fucking TikTok? Booby-chan, hey, naughty nasty, chocolito. Every time I look at TikTok, that's all I see. But yeah, it's gonna be bad. Oh, that's not even the karma. And that's not even the karma. In a way, it's the karma for because the people whose stuff was burned, that was all a cover-up. They're covering shit up there. You know what I mean? And there's other things, but that was a cover-up. They're deleting evidence. You know? But all the people in that circle, they're all in on the same... It's kind of like how I explain to people the karma of factory farming. Right? If you eat factory farm meat and you live in that... Look at the people, like these like liberal cities, for instance, right? They're factory farms. You're packed in these fucking subways. You're treated like chickens. You go to the hospital, they don't give a fuck about you. The cops treat you the same way they treat the fucking animal. It's like you're all just prisoners in this factory farm for human resource. The thing with karma is that people, they think, oh, well, if I give you an apple, you must give me an apple in return, and now we're equal. That's not karma. Karma is the green code in the matrix. It's beyond the shapes. It's an equation, or like this unit of energy. You know what I'm saying? The karma for those people, for when you watch evil and you bow down to it or you support it, is to have your life surrounded by evil and stupidity. It's a fucking shithole. Like look, idol worship and fucking like it's like literally everything that's evil in the world is in these places. And you see the same exact thing everywhere there's a corporate liberal city, because in order for a corporation, the municipality to exist, you need to brainwash these fucking morons and keep them at a lower, I have fancy things, I have a fancy $400 bag and I can afford to live in this outrageously fucking overpriced shithole apartment. Your life sucks. You're a miserable fuck, You feign happiness by comparing what slave trophies you've gotten. Like, I have fucking Air Jordans and I have a Prada bag. Whatever the fuck it is, It's like, look, I'm a better slave than you. I slaved harder, so now I get this. Well, I slaved sneakier. My slavery to the system is this. Look, I'm a better slave than you are. It's like fucking literally herds of brain damaged fucking mutant sheep. I'm having a lot of trouble trying to reintegrate in society from the last 5 years. Because even like the last 8 years, I was even more than that. Because I've always been, in the world of it. So even when I was like famous, I had like a whole fucking fan base, and I'm touring, doing music and bondage, and all this crazy shit I was doing. I was never a part of society. I would come into society, do my shows, and have I was really well known in these little pockets of places, but after that, go disappear. It's all out in the open. That's what the apocalypse means, to be revealed. But after the last 8 years, because the last 3 years in New York was rough. It was just rough. Taking care of people. Everybody was dying or fucking hospitalized. This one's, it's just so much crazy shit I deal with. So if I was just literally working and I'd be home, and the only time I went outside, aside from work, was to go do Tai Chi. Other than that, I didn't do anything. They're coming down here and then living in the fucking forest and the mountains and the fucking, the prairie land in bumblefuck, not having to see people except once in a while go to the store. It's like, how are you doing, sir? And now that I'm back in like a city, it's not a big city, but it's definitely not the country. And I'm like looking at these people, I'm like, I don't want to be around you. I don't like you. Like, I don't dislike your existence, but I don't want to hang out with you. I don't want to be your friend. I like to hang out with the fucking weird, artsy folk and the fucking ninjas, but the artsy folk that I see around here are weird. They're not fun artsy people. But then I think it's because I've been kicked out of society and canceled for so long, and coming back into society and seeing the difference in culture. It's like, what the fuck happened? Where is everybody? Is everybody a mutant? The only thing I miss is Chinatown. I have no use for New York City whatsoever. I hated it for the last 20 fucking years. I always hated New York City. I always saw it for what it was. It's a fucking prison system. I always saw that since a little kid. I recognized the system was a fucking fraud. You know? I hated it. I hated everything about it. But the only thing I miss is Chinatown. And Chinatown was a fucking shithole. It's dirty, it's noisy, the people are rude. But, you know, I had my favorite restaurant and I had my park. That's it. And I was younger, I go hang out, like, you know, all the fucking gangsters and shit. Doing gangster shit. Drinking, playing, fucking singing karaoke. Those were the good old days. Yeah, I feel like Neo. I go like I imagine myself driving through Chinatown, and like that was what they had the good noodles. Oh yeah, yeah. And that's what's funny because like so many people who do like Chinese martial arts who've never even been to a Chinatown and have no idea of the Chinese culture. They so mix and romanticize the Japanese culture, like the shit they see in the movies, and they have no idea what real Chinese people are like. They don't know anything about them. They don't know anything about anything. Like, I didn't realize how much they didn't know. You know what I mean? So I got like, you know, like after I just gave up on the fucking stupid Chinese forum groups with the Fajing project and the one so fucking pussies and all these fucking shitbags, I didn't realize how fake they really were because I only had my experience living in New York and Chinatown. Like, and then I realized, wow, most of these people never even been to a city. You know what I mean? Forget about Chinatown. And then they do Tai Chi their whole life, and they have no fucking idea what it really is. They've never even eaten dim sum before. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know, it's like it's deranged. It's fucking deranged. And then I see, you know, I didn't understand how bad martial art became until like maybe 15, 16 years ago. Then I was like, wow. Like, I don't know, probably longer, probably like 20 years ago when I really understood. Like 2001, I was already teaching a couple of schools, and I realized it was getting bad. Like how do you guys not know? Because, you know, like the stuff like. But then by like 2005, 2007, it was just terrible. Like, because classes got shorter. Like, you know, they used to like, see like some schools have 90-minute class, but then it was like, it became an hour block, and then it became half-hour classes, and like kitty fucking birthday parties, and like weird shit. I was like, this has got to be a joke. Like, people get a black belt in 2 years, and they train 2 hours a week. I'm like, this is a joke. I don't know. It was. I miss Chinatown. I don't miss Chinatown. I miss the people I used to hang out with in the park and going to my dim sum place. Yeah, but everything's a McDojo now. Like even like the fucking BJJ stuff. There's a lot of fake fucking schools. There's a whole like couple of years of people going around to like fake like BJJ schools. You know, like Gracie black belts going like you know. Roll these people like they was like, oh, I'm a black belt from this, and like they're like I have a fucking like blue belt, what the fuck their rank system is. There's like a whole like thing about that for a while. There's like dojos everywhere. Like everything's been dojo. Like it's like America's become a strip mall. Everywhere I go, it's the same restaurants. Like you literally everywhere you go, you get the same 10 restaurants, and there's nothing else. You know, then you have like little like with lights. That's what it feels like when I see martial arts schools. I mean, like 20-something years ago, they started with these like how to run a martial arts school seminar courses, and like everybody does it the exact same way. And they found a system that works. You know, it brainwashes people and gets their money and gives them enough to feel like they're happy. But I've seen some bad schools, like really bad. And like the last couple of years in Chinatown, the only thing I saw was decent. Like the Park May School had a couple of decent people. Like And it was still decent, but I wasn't really impressed, you know, like I was when I first, like I was younger. But at least they were still decent. The Mantis guy, he died, but him and his son were pretty good. But aside from that, everything became like silk pajamas and like happy, joy hand jobs. It was not impressive. Like I haven't been impressed from a school ever. Actually, no, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, there's definitely the whole, all the dates are bullshit. Everything we know is bullshit. Like every single thing that's ever been taught to you is a fucked up, twisted, inside out lie. It's all bullshit. Why do you think they suppress me so much? Because I know too much. And they're watching me, waiting to see how much I tell people. So they're freaking out. Because I am the chosen one. Well, if you really want some freaky stuff, look up 1666 Frankists or Sabbateans. 1666 Sabbateans or the Frankists, like that's what it's called, with the false Messiah and the inverting of the mitzvahs of the Jewish people. And then you go to 1777 and you got the Illuminati. The fucking Illuminati, hey. It's Illuminati Bukkake. Oh, I just know way too much stuff that I'm not supposed to know. Like, that's the thing, you know, people, it's Dunning-Kruger effect. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. So I did an hour of training underwater. So I literally did my forms underwater up to my neck. And I got to a point now that when I'm doing the form, like, the fucking pool is like bouncing and there's fucking like, it's like literally a kung fu movie. And I was actually like, this is getting cool. Like I'm doing the fucking, like the silk grilling stuff and like, and you see the water go, whoa, like, whoa, this is kind of fucking cool. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing when I'm wiped out. Slightly sunburned, and then I had the worst fucking dinner I've ever had in my entire life. You know, I've had like burnt stuff, cold stuff, shitty tasting stuff, but this was fucking horrible. It was some fucking curry, and it was the worst slop of fucking $15 shit I've ever had, and I just have nothing but gas, and I want to puke, and I don't have any whiskey left. I wish I had some whiskey so I can just like kill whatever's inside my stomach. With fucking, with power and fucking burning fucking alcohol. So, we're trying to like prepare, what I'm supposed to do. But, doing good, like, I'm getting in shape. Still gotta unlock my hip joints from being sick and sitting down so much. It's like stuck. So I'm just like, there's so many things that doing Tai Chi in the pool helps you do. You know what I mean? But that's the thing about when you specifically for Western people understand, when you practice these, it's like you can practice one thing and get 50 different elements from it, and you practice like you can practice more than one thing doing the same thing. Like Tai Chi is not supposed to be like this, like one application. It's like one thing can do 500 fucking things, and when you get your head around that, it's like, oh Jesus, it's like the Indian kids with the hand abacus and like, you see that? Where the Indian kids do the hand abacus and they count like fucking ridiculous strings of numbers and they go like, fucking hands like this. But the thing, like, I think that what the pool will help you with is give you an idea of what someone should feel like. You have to look it up. Look up Indian hand abacus. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it's called. Or Indian hand math or hand counting. And it's just like, it looked like spazzing out going, the guy that worked for Doge, right, they're all like autistic genius people. And there's some Indian kid who like had the world record for like computing the square root of like 5-digit numbers the fastest or some shit. And there's a video of him going, but back to the pool thing. First off, like, if you really want to learn like what sung feels like when your hand should be floating, go into a pool neck height. I always teach my students this. Every one of my students who loves my phone, I always tell them, you're in a pool up to your neck. And imagine what it feels like to be in a pool up to your neck. How would your body move? You know what I mean? And you're supposed to have that effect because it's supposed to be swimming on dry land. That's the effect. Yeah, that's, because like, for instance, I'll show you, like, you can do mechanically, you can have, so mechanically we talk about roundness, right? And being round, mechanically. But it's different when your body's floating and you have buoyancy. And it's different, oh, there we go. You can, I don't know if you have the eyes to see it, but you can see there's a different type of roundness. It's one thing to have a mechanical roundness, but it's another thing to simulate that you're floating. And to get that, you have to actually feel what floating feels like. Does that make sense? So the same way I showed you guys how do you feel the chi trick? When you squeeze your hand, you let it go. The pool is a hack. And if you're standing in a pool and you're breathing properly, your hands will literally just float like this. So when you do like the opening, like a Chen Manjing style opening, you'll get this floating effect. And then they'll literally just hang here. You don't have to do anything. If you have your arms like this, they're just gonna float. Okay? It's a very strange thing when you see it. So that's the first thing. And there's other things you can learn from doing, but there's resistance that you want to bring to the form, because a lot of people do forms empty. You're supposed to feel the air and like you're pushing something. So if you're just waving your hands around, yeah, you're doing Tai Chi, but you're not doing anything. You're not doing Qigong, you're stretching, you're moving your joints, which is good. So that's why like most older people that they do Tai Chi, it helps them, but it would help them the same way of just doing stretches. It's just organized moving the joints. Okay, great, so it works on that level, but they're not getting any real Qigong out of it. Like, it's a, I don't want to get into that right now, but the point is, if you want to make your form look good, you want to have this like sinking and floating, right? And then you have like, more advanced styles I'm going to get into, but the thing is like, if you take that up and you put it into a Chen Manjing form, it gives you a different look to it, right? And it's different than like mechanically moving in the positions. Does that make sense? Now, obviously, for strength building, when you're doing the stretching through the water, you do it soft and you do it hard, you're getting resistance. No. And that's another thing. What does sinking mean? And this is where I was talking about the terms and the translation of the terms and what they imply, right? Because if sink down, and what happens? Everybody doing this. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. How can you be sinking if your head's suspending from a string and your back is plucked? How can you be sinking? If you're in a pool up to your neck, you're going to keep your head above the water, you're going to breathe, your upper back's going to be filled with air, it's going to automatically pluck, and you're going to wind up in the proper position. Does that make sense? Now the sinking is more like you feel the heaviness of the underneath. You'll feel your body hang, right? You'll feel the joints hang, but you should be floating. You know, I think the idea of sinking is too much. It's like people get a cursory knowledge of like the big thing in this, they just run with it. Well, Evo, then shut the fuck up. And if you don't know, maybe you'll learn something. And if you're too stupid to learn something, then you're probably too stupid. You need to not choke on your own spit. Try to stay alive. So the idea of like sinking down, you know, if someone's trying to put pressure on me, and I'm going to go down to try to brace, right? And they're already pushing me down, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? You need to always have splitting force. So as I'm going down one way, there's energy going the other way. Same idea, like when you do an opening of any of the forms. Why does this turn off? I didn't ask you to turn off. I'm watching something. So every single form has this some kind of sinking, right? Or like, I can't do it here, so I don't make a sound on the floor, but there's like a stomp. Whenever you release, imagine you're gonna get into a chair, but you're gonna do it really fast, and you're gonna fall into a chair. Right? Because people forget that the Tai Chi form's not supposed to be done slow when you apply it. You have to move, right? So if you were to speed up the first move of any form, right? My style, we don't do the turn. But let's say it's like a Chen and Ching version of the form where you like, you know, you do this thing, you have the feet out, right? And you're gonna step, and you're gonna step, and you're gonna step. What are you really doing? You're gonna unlock your hips, right? The camera is backwards, by the way, because YouTube sucks. So when you unlock the block quickly, you're gonna get this jerk and the opposite reaction. And that's where you get that floating in the hands. See, when you do it very quickly. So the sinking feeling is when you unlock the things holding you up, you're going to feel the buoyancy and the gravity, the blood slide down to your feet. It's, you know, and when people mistake that for, I'm going to make myself really heavy. It has nothing to do with that. You can sink and be standing up. I can be standing light, I can be standing heavy, you can't tell the difference. See? I just unlock everything at once, you get that feeling. Right? Now the feeling of the inertia from the unlock, you leave that and carry that feeling and hold it. That's sinking. It's not like this constant compressing yourself and crawling smaller and smaller. It's a feeling of inertia that traveled down, but you sustain and hold it. But anyway, the pull thing is very cool because it teaches you how to float, how to zoom, right? You know how to do the floating, how to do stretching, because it's actually carrying you. You also have resistance. You get to feel the path of travel, how much resistance is in the path of travel. But then you could do a hard style, and that's when cool stuff starts to happen. Like, you know? And if you have like a complicated form like mine that has a lot of coiling in it, you get to see the effect. Like, it's not like water Tai Chi is a thing, you know? When you see styles like that, they're very similar to mine. You do them in a pool, it's very interesting. You know, there's a lot of like cool things that happen. When you do like styles that have like a lot of coiling in the form, and you get that in the pool, and you're getting the resistance training, but you actually get to see the effect. It's pretty fucking cool. It's just fun. I like it. It's some ninja shit. You know, I think using training devices is always good for you. You know, doing the forms on uneven ground sometimes, doing the, you know, when I was training, you're supposed to do the form outside in all different weather. So I would do the form every morning, every night, outside, and did whether it was raining, snowing, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, but I mean, because it comes to a point where it's like, real martial arts geeks, it's kind of like, you know, weirdos who are into like furry porn and like midgets and stuff. Like, there's a point where it's like, normal porn ain't good for you. You're doing martial arts your whole fucking life. You need the extra shit. Like, I gotta punch rocks or like, you know, jump out of an airplane. Well, real Tai Chi has Qigong in it, because Qigong just means energy, effort, right? So if you're just doing the form, and you're just moving your hands around, you're not doing Qigong. There's a Qigong happening on the byproduct, but not the consciously moving the blood and the energy around to be doing Qigong, right? But that's what Tai Chi's supposed to do. You know, it depends on which school of thought. Like, the Chinese medicine people, they'll go and tell you, like, every 2 hours, you know, the planets are in a different position, the energy's affecting a different organ. So they'll have a thing about it. You know, all the guys who I've trained with that have anything to say about it always say sunrise, sunset, but it doesn't fucking matter. Because when you're fighting or doing it for like health, you just do the fucking form. Whenever you can. Just do the form. As long as you're doing the form, that's the thing. But what's the goal? Because again, like, you know, Tai Chi is not a style. Right? And that's what people misunderstand. That's why so many people arguing, oh, my Tai Chi is better than Tai Chi. It's not a style. So you have people doing it for sport. They have a sport style of Tai Chi, which the premise is for that specific thing. Do they have a Qigong aspect and, like, you know, yeah, but they train for that. And you have people on the other end, they're just doing it to be part of the community and move their hands around. You know, and then you have people who, like, secret ninjas who are fucking, like, trained to fucking poke your eyeball out. Yeah, there's all different lineages that all have different things. Like the Qigong that I do has nothing to do with that. It's more for, like, you know, medical Qigong, as I guess you would say in English. You mean? Like, we did, like, my master would used to do, like, Qigong, like, bone setting. So, like, you do, like, I guess you call it massage, but it's not really massage. It's more like acupressure mixed with, like, Qigong, mixed with, like, chiropractor. And it's like a weird mix. So he didn't care about any of that, you know, because it was more like the energy was based on, like, Buddhist stuff, and they don't talk about the times of the day. It just, you know, you're channeling from outside the matrix. You're going straight to, like, the source. You're hacking into the city's power supply, and you're going directly into it. So it doesn't matter what time of the day you're stealing the chi directly from this fucking sun, you know. Sun, moon, your asshole, it doesn't matter. It's there. But different schools have different effects they're trying to get to. Well, the thing about any kind of tendon work takes a long time, like 3 to 6 times longer than normal training. Like, whenever you're building, that's why I had so many, like, issues, because I wasn't doing the rehab. I was mixing too many different things as a kid. I had to. But the science wasn't there yet. And I was an anomaly, doing, like, I was overtraining since a little kid. So when I got, like, in my 30s, I was working at the fancy health spas and gyms and shit. I would go to, like, these therapists and be like, what the fuck? Like, you know, why are you made like that? You know what I mean? It's like they can't even put their hand into my back. Like, they couldn't do anything. The tendons, they become like iron wires. Like, literally, like, behind my knees, it just feels like a cable. They just feel like cables. You know, that takes a long time. Like, when you start to feel like it's not just like muscle, it's like the stuff that, like, the wires connected. It's like wires. That's the only way I can explain to you. You know, like, you feel like it's just wires. You know? But tendons and ligaments take 3 to 6 times longer to heal and to build than, like, any kind of workout thing. So if you're gonna be doing, like, tendon stuff, you gotta do that shit for, like, years. And you're not gonna see it. There's nothing to see. You'll feel the effects, especially, like, when you're, like, doing short type of pulling motions. That's when you really know. Like, that's when you really feel it. And there's no way to judge that unless you have a control thing, you know? You may notice that, like, at one point you'll just have, like, an overall more connected strength. for like functional things, because when you do like a lot of tendon stuff, it's usually you're doing it in your whole body. But the only thing you're really gonna feel and actually notice if you're playing, pushing the same person all the time, and you do like the same kind of like tie, like a pluck, like a forceful pluck, you feel that, like really, that's when you really notice it. I mean, for me, like you notice, like when you do that to somebody, you feel like a monster. Like you feel like a fucking monster when you just sit on it. It doesn't look like anything, but when you feel it, it feels like something. And that's the thing, you can't see those changes. And when you make the level jumps, it's like, with that kind of stuff, you'll just be like, and then all of a sudden, whoop, and then, Yeah, everybody who's done that kind of training are very scary dudes. And all the old karate, all the old kung fu guys, they all did that stuff. There's the main reason why every system that's good, doesn't matter what it is, they all have some kind of tree pose holding thing, right? In classical karate, you're going through postures, and you'll sit here and you will sit there in one move for 10 minutes while this master's correcting the whole class, and then you go to the next move, and then you'll correct the whole class. Like, sometimes he would just leave you in a position for half an hour and one move. That everybody has that. Why? Because you have to hold a posture to build up the tendons, ligaments, and fascia. Okay? Like you have to do isometrics. There's no other way to do it. And then if you see like isolate this kind of stuff, it's not really tendons, it's tendons, but it's also this stuff. To get the tendons, it's just holding and stretching. That's where, it is boring. It is boring, but that's where the real gap comes in, to being super scary. But the next level, everybody does that. Anybody who's ever, we used to do that with kicks. We would throw a kick and just hold it. I mean, I have a lot of fucking problems right now, but I can still do isolation with my feet, no problem. You know what I mean? And we just sit here. We just literally sit there. I use those side kicks and hold the side kick out and just sit there and hold it. But I used to do tricks. I go to the bars, and I would and I have the bartender put a beer on my kick, and I would bring it back, and I would turn around and serve it to people. My hips are all fucked up right now, so I'm not even going to attempt it, but I used to do that shit all the time. I go full beer, and it's whoop, whoop. But that's where the gap of power is when you do that stuff. There's no other way, you can't recreate that power without that kind of training. That's the, but again, do you need that kind of power? Is it a necessity? You know what I mean? It's good, but if you're doing all these other systems, do you need to have that? I don't it's not for everybody, especially in this day and age. No. In fact, it's the other way around because, I don't know about now, but I'm telling you, the old school karate, there's no comparison to 90% of the Kung Fu. Because Kung Fu, it's not taught to give you those powers immediately. The old school karate, pre-1970s, was just smash, murder, death, kill. Perfect your murder, death, killing. Chinese didn't have that. Chinese was especially, it was just the opposite. In fact, the masters would make you take extra time so that they can make sure you wouldn't turn on them. The Japanese had an honor system where, they wouldn't just turn, No, most Kung Fu's bullshit. You know what I mean? It's too flowery, there's too many techniques, there's too many ways to go about it. It's very difficult to become master killer level in Kung Fu, even in the old days, because the libraries are too long. I'm not saying all of it, but it's just, it wasn't even taught that way on purpose. Not to say there wasn't effective Kung Fu styles. I'm just saying the Kung Fu people don't agree with me. They know what I'm talking about. Most of it's bullshit. You know, most of it's like, and in the Chinese culture, a lot of people, like, they're not as honorable as people like to admit. You know, that they're a lot of fucking scumbags. That's how they are. You know, a lot of them. You know, but those guys are hard to find. You know, like the guys who actually know what they're fucking doing, actually teach the real way and like have like morals and principles. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta remember, China's a huge place with a lot of different mini subset cultures. Like, even though everybody there's Chinese, they're not all the same Chinese. You know, like there's different cultures and different classes, and some people are really fucking ghetto. Okay? Like ghetto, like that's why you see so many Chinese in the hood, because they don't give a fuck. Ghetto. They feel right at home there. Because they're more ghetto than the fucking people in the ghetto. Like, you know, they don't give a fuck. So it just depends. It depends. But culturally there's a big difference. But going back to the point, like, if you want the real, like, crazy power, you have to do isometrics. You have to, you know, like, or if you're not going to do it in the form, you need to be doing, like, planks and something where you're holding the postures. Like, it sounds stupid. It's like, oh, I should be moving and doing reps, but it's actually, it's really important. It's like, it's really important. Like, there's no other way to describe it. You know what I mean? Like, you can just see it. The people who train the old way, who were doing, like, and not just like holding your hands up. I'm talking about like, you're doing it with an intention, right? So it's one thing to hold water off. It's another thing to hold water off thinking, okay, there's somebody attacking me from all angles, and I have to, like, my energy spreading through them. This becomes a different thing, right? Does that make sense? Then like, okay, I'm holding my, I'm doing water off. It's like, you have to do the isometric, but it's like you're doing it, your mind is moving. And same like each one, same thing. Like, it's like you're still moving, but you're not moving. Like you're moving 1,000 times a second. You know, like when we do like karate, we do reverse punch. You're supposed to be thinking, I'm feeling the stab pressure, I'm holding that pressure through, but I'm not tense, but you're holding through and you're thinking about what you're doing. It depends on the teacher and the system. I mean, like, you should do it to where you get tired and then go like double to triple that. It has to, at first it has to hurt. And then over time, the pain gets bearable. And over time, you break through the pain level. And then over that time, the muscles that you don't need turn off. And then now you're working with the tendons. So like, you know, there's a GTO reflex. So you have to actually like learn or trick the body into shutting down muscles that should not be working. And that's another thing about the power training, is that when you're holding a posture like this and you're doing it correctly, you know, the correct stretching through the knuckles and you have the intention, when you're sitting and you're holding this posture up, there's anything, when you first learn, there's muscles that are working that you don't need. When you throw a punch, most people throw a punch and there's muscles that should be on that are on that should not be on. Right? Like, there's no reason for your shoulder to be lifting your arm or like to like things pulling you away from the punch. When you try to lift, you'll start tightening up shit you don't need to tighten up. So over time, from suffering, your body's like, okay, I give up. So then you wind up only working with the tendon and the fascia. You understand? So that when you're moving in full speed, you have less resistance. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like, oh, you know, it just goes. The arm should be like a limp. It depends on who you're talking to. I'm not gonna say should anything. You know, in many systems, yes. So you like, what I explained is you have like the cannon and the 9-section whip, right? Chen style had like cannon fist form, right? When I'm talking about cannon fist, I'm talking about how the energy is projected. So you want to think you have this fucking big ass cannonball, right? And a 9-section whip. At the end of it's a fucking ball, a hammer. right? A big ass ball, right? You can also shoot that cannonball on the whip with gunpowder. So when you put them all together, that's what it is. Ah, loosey-goosey, like, yes, so you can, if you can get the weight into your hand, you just give them a fucking pimp smack, right? And that would be like a whip. You can project your mass into basically a spear, and then you have like kind of throwing an energy cannonball out of your hand. Then you can mix them all together, and you get this whipping ball boom thing. Well, I'm not going to say, would you know where to go? Because that's a confusing and debatable topic, and we can go on to a lot of things. Even the Buddhists have different things. As for my identity, me personally, yes. Because what's difficult for you guys to understand is that I don't see myself as I, how you see yourself as an I. Which is, it's a very difficult thing for me to make you understand. Like, what I think I am is, it's very difficult. Do you know Hallie Nicole? No, never heard of her. Is she hot? Can she do dishes? Because I can use somebody who's hot that can do dishes. Make sandwiches. Oh, okay. Well, no, I never heard of her. Send them my way. I need somebody to make sandwiches and do the dishes. You should make us a good question, right? But Jose, like, how to explain this to you? The way that you maintain your identity is to recognize that you don't have an identity. That most of what people think you are is like like this whole matrix projects an identity for you. You're given a name at birth, right? A name. Things have fucking names, right? Which puts you in a confinement. Then people put attributes to confine what that name represents. And so now you have to try to live up to these external fucking box system of, oh, you're Jose and you're a carpenter and you are from this family, from this country, and you like this thing and you have to eat this food and you have to do this thing. And you become a walking set of rules. And this is why a lot of people don't understand me, because I don't live by any of these rules. You know, I do what I like because I like to do it and I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. So that's the first thing. Can you understand what the construct is? Right? Do you understand what the prison illusion is from the fundamental level? That your identity, it's like, you know, it's a dent on your eye, the identity. It puts a dent on your eye, how you see. And you have to be able to say, like, you know, I have no face, I have no family, I have, you know, it's like, it's a very strange thing. A lot of rotation exercises to strengthen your spine to help power your strikes. Everything's a rotation exercise. You're welcome, Jose. You know, but is your name even Jose? Like, let me, first his thing. Everything in all martial arts is rotation exercise, right? You do a reverse punch karate, you do a fucking everything's rotation exercises. You know, all Tai Chi is nothing but rotating exercises on a fucking line. So we're doing a lot of rotation exercises. So I'm going to tell you a Buddhist riddle that my master told me when I first did the Qigong with him. And he goes, I tell all my students the same one. For the traveling salesman going through a town, and it's a big storm. So he has to hide from the storm. And he sees a Buddhist temple. So you can call it a Catholic church, doesn't fucking matter, whatever makes you happy, okay? So he sees this temple and he's like, oh, let me go hide in here, you know? So it's after night, you know, it's closed, no one's around. So he goes into the temple and he goes to sleep on one of the benches there. Well, in the middle of the night, the thunder, lightning, all this shit, and a big crack, a fucking door opens up, and he looks, and it's this like huge fucking ghost, and a little ghost, and they're carrying a dead body, and he's like trying to rip the dead body from the little ghost. And he sees this shit and freaks the fuck out and runs under the altar, and he hides under the altar. So now he's sitting there listening to this big ghost and this little ghost fight over his dead body. He's like, that's my body, it's my body. He knows my body, blah, blah, blah. This guy's like, what the fuck? So he starts shaking. So the big ghost hears the shaking and he knocks something down and he goes, hey, who's back there? So then he goes, hi. You know? So the big ghost, you know, just like a little scary, he's going to intimidate. He says, hey, you saw us come in, right? Whose body does this belong to? And, you know, the guy's in the fucking temple, he doesn't want to lie in the fucking temple, so he's like, I better tell the truth. Oh, but what are you doing? Get out of the cabinet. I'm telling the story. So, Appa, get out of the cabinet. Thank you. So, come over here. Stop being a brat. Come here. You're being a brat. Thank you. Good. So I'm not going to tell a lie in the temple. So he goes to the big goes, well, it did seem as if you were stealing the body from the little guy, and you're dragging him up and you're bullying him. And he got so mad that he went to the traveler and ripped off his arm. So the little ghost sees, like, hey, he was being nice to me. So he takes the body, you know, the arm from the dead guy, and he puts it on the traveler. And the big ghost gets mad. He's like, hey, you can't do that. And he rips the other one off the traveler. And the little ghost says, hey, he puts the other one on the guy. You know, and then his legs. Next thing you know, the traveler's completely replaced by the dead body. So now you have his body ripped into pieces, and now the traveler's sitting there, and his spirit is in the dead body, and he's walking around, he's looking like, what the hell is this? He looks in the mirror, and he goes, well, I'm not longer Joe Snow, the travel guy, the traveling salesman. I can never go back to my family. I can never go home. Because no one's ever going to know who I am. Right? So, when you think about that, it makes you say, like, well, what the hell are you? Right? If your consciousness is so tied, your identity is so tied to your external image and how people relate to what they think that image is supposed to be and the confines they put onto that, have you ever really lived in your life? Have any of you ever really lived in your life? And that's why so many people have a problem with me, because they don't understand me, because I don't conform to their little fucking magic, black magic rituals of names and fucking identities. I do what the fuck I want when I want to do it. You know, so if you don't understand that concept, the whole idea of, you know, how do you survive the afterlife and the bardo and the fancy this and that, forget all that. We gotta get to level 1. You have to understand what you are and what this is and what the prison of your mind is around you before you even worry about escaping the Matrix. You don't even know what the Matrix is. That's, you know, that's the story. There you go. I finished that story at 11:11. What a coincidence. I made a wish. I wish that next time I go out to eat isn't that disgusting. Oh boy. I went to eat and I got this curry thing and it was the most horrible, godforsaken pile of fucking puke I've ever seen in my life. And I just feel like whatever was in it's making me like want to like explode. You know? Ugh. Like, better up than down, but I'm just waiting to have one of those godforsaken like deflate. Oh my God. That's what I'm waiting for. That's okay. I almost freaking died last year from violent diarrhea. I got poisoned, and for like 2 months, I literally thought I was gonna die in the toilet. It was the most horrible experience of my fucking life. I survived so much crazy shit. I mean, I've survived things, but I literally I was like, there's no way. I should not be alive. I'm not gonna tell you guys the details, but I can just tell you, I'm a pretty tough fucking guy, and I was pretty sure that like the only thing that's gonna keep me alive is that God isn't fucking done with me, because there's no reason I should be alive after what happened to me. Like, there's no fucking reason. I have a mission to finish. There's no fucking way. Unfortunately, I still have a fucking job to do with a bunch of ungrateful fucking idiots. Oh. But, you know, the Lord's work is never done. Oh, God. No, it won't. No. Not for me. I'm just fulfilling my end of the bargain. I don't give a fuck anymore. I used to, like, you know, like, we take like these oaths to like save the fucking sentient beings and all this stuff, and you know, do all the fucking Buddha ninja warrior shit undercover. But I've come to this point where, like, I understand that how can I explain this? You cannot love the evil out of someone. Only he who sees the pit by their own heart and will transcend the pit. And these people, even though their choices were manipulated, they made a choice, and you can't go back on your free will. See, the evil ones can manipulate free will. The good guys can't. And that's the problem of this game. So, that's the thing, like, you know, when you're spiritually not worried about, you know, death, right? But there's a soul death where your essence can be devoured or phase canceled, where you actually lose your soul. Okay? And this is what, you know, people understand. And that there's like entities that aren't alive, or actually, there's some spiritual beings that aren't actually independent source beings. They're like a reality construct, like a phase, like a phased fucking weird elemental thought form type of thing. You know, I don't know, put in words you'll understand. So they're not really living without something perceiving it. It's kind of the observer effect, Schrödinger's cat. So you have these evil inverted beings that exist in this, you know, ether and other, like, you know, density frequency spectrums. There's no dimensions. It's retarded. So when you understand how the spiritual world works in an elementary level, there's beings who aren't really alive. They're like undead dead beings. And they can convince, you know, the light alive beings to side with them and give their energy up to them, because they can't exist without something perceiving them. And then once they perceive them so long, they actually controlled by them, and they can basically become them. And it's like a point where there is no saving a soul. There's a point of no return. And this is the very first lesson my master gave me, was because you have these like Buddhist riddles when you live with a master. And the first one was, if you and your friend are in a river and you can swim, but he can't, okay? You know that if you stay in the river, you're both going to drown, because he's going to fucking beat the crap out of you and pull you down. And obviously, he didn't say it like this. He was fucking, you know, he had really hardcore Chinese accent, you know? But I'm paraphrasing. So, you and your asshole friend are in the river. He's a drunk retard, and he's flapping around like this, you know, and if you try to stay in there and hold him, you're both going to fucking drown. You look at the shore. It's maybe like, you know, 20 yards away or something, you know? and there's a little life raft and a rope. So you have a choice. Do you swim to the shore, grab the life raft and throw it in and try to pull him in, and you have a 50-50 chance of saving him? Or do you stay in the river with him and drown? What do you think I said? I stayed in the river. And that's what I did my whole fucking life. Staying in the river with the fucking drowning rejects. And all they do is try to fucking pull me down. You know what I mean? And then every time I would get on dry land and throw the rope to them, what do? They try to drag me in the river with them. There's a point of no return that people have to accept, that there's a point of no return. And we've reached the point of no return. Send the asteroid. We've reached the point of no return. Okay? If you look at what happened to like the blue anon side and the fucking crazy people side, and then you have the super far right. Something happens right before that, the fucking coup time. There's very few that are left that can be saved. Like, it's like the Psalm 1, I always tell people, like, because I'm not a Christian, I always say, like, Psalm 1 is the only thing you have to understand. And the law of the Lord is not like the Christian God. You got to put it as a metaphor, right? So there's a part where these people are doomed. There's no saving them. Like, there's like very few that are left that are that far over. Their mind has been broken. Their culture has been broken. It'll take 3 generations of reprogramming them. How are you going to get the damage that's been done to this society, to their mind spiritually and genetically, from the food and the air and the fucking bad programming? How are you going to get communities of all races that are 3 generations away from having families and nuclear families, or from honor codes and systems and heritage? How are you going to do it? The damage that's been done is so extreme. You know what I mean? But on the other end, the elites in their think tanks who did that damage, they have to suffer also. Because they think they control the matrix here. And to a certain level they do, but they don't recognize that the fractal of it, there's still karma to be paid, that they're fucked. They're in this little system. They don't realize that they're prisoners because the history that they think they know, that they have hidden in the Vatican and those places, they don't even know the real history. Because those beings can only see the history from within the outer shell matrix. There's a matrix outside the matrix outside the matrix. Okay? And these beings can only live in that compound. They can't understand what's outside of it. Like in some of the other teachings, like this place was supposed to be eradicated with a black flame that like eats itself. Like the nothing. I don't know who Jerry Rose is. Never heard of the guy. But people don't want to know what I know. That's why, like, how do you survive all the crazy shit you bring in your life? Because I was born into this occult madness, seeing the Matrix, and fucking witches and fucking weirdos, and science and stupidity. I had a Duke in the air filter. I never even heard of that app, Clubhouse. Oh, excuse me, there's some burping. telling you, like, my training and diet's working. It's just gas at this point. If I can just get the gas out, I'm getting slim now. See, I'm getting my muscles back. It's got to fart really long. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting there. You know, see? Getting back to superhero mode, little by little. But I got to fart. Like, one of those massive farts. You know? But this is like, my stomach's all the way out now. I'm trying to push it out. That's as far as it goes. So I'm definitely getting skinny. But if I farted, really farted, like, I'd be nice and slim. You know? Yeah, I'm getting back there. You know, I'm getting back there. You know? And this fancy downlighting is like actually helping me out. You know? Once you get the shadowing, there we go. Dang. I'm getting there. Baby steps. Baby steps. This is, how long has it done? 3 weeks? I'm really enjoying this pool training. The pool is really making me happy. Like going to be comfortable in the pool. So, has it charged yet? All right. Well, my plan is day 3 of shredding on my guitar to get some more recording and see if I can get my skills back up. Any more kung fu questions? I'm gonna go make some noise and go to sleep. Probably gonna go blah, 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 blah. So, any more ninja questions you guys have? Giving up the ninja secrets and destroying the matrix. One of my students bought me this really cool. This is the cat's chair. And that's the cat's ass. Watch how magical. This is like an advertisement now, right? I should get like some kind of paid sponsorship for this shit. This is the coolest thing ever. Have you ever seen anything work that fucking fast? Like, what is that? What kind of fucking black magic witchcraft is this shit? Have you ever seen anything like that? Like, it's like some black magic it's fucking witchcraft. It's fucking witchcraft. And here's the cool thing. It pops open and there's the hair. I've never seen anything like some fucking witchcraft. It's gotta be the devil. The devil made that shit. All right, let's go attempt to fucking be a musician again, kind of. You wanna sit around and watch me make a fool of myself? You're more than welcome. Let me see. I know I have the fucking guitar rag thingy. Oh, I think I'm finally gonna fart. Great. I actually have a guitar rag thingy. What is this? Oh. I'll use a paper towel. Give me a second. Jesus Christ, what is he? All right, we're getting there, guys. We're gonna do the thing. But I had a little boo-boo from the last time, so I want to just clean the strings and get my dead skin off of them so I don't hurt myself. That's pretty nasty. All right. Oh, fuck. Did I just break the tuning? Let's check the tuning. I'll do it all fancy in a second. And also, I can't see the chat, so I gotta open this up and see you guys. Okay, this is from yesterday's chat. I thought there was one. Hold on. Open this, and then I go over here, and then I press that button, and then I should be able to see the fucking chat, and I'll pop the chat out. I'll listen to myself talk. Let's mute that. And pop out chat. There we go. Okay, now we can be happy. All right. Take care, Jose. Take care, my friend. Okay. I'm gonna tune the guitar up. I'm gonna plug in this piece of shit. How do we do this? All right. It's broken. All right. Well, I'm not gonna use that tuner right now. That's great. Fuck you. I probably should tune it. It's kind of fucked. Let me try to open this up here. We'll do that. Yeah, I don't want to fucking sound like a sloppy piece of shit. Anyway, thanks for hanging out at the shit show. We'll see you if we're doing any better than yesterday. I had a couple of good moments yesterday. I was proud. A couple of shitty moments, but for somebody who hasn't played in a year, I think I did okay. So fucking making shit out of my ass. What? MIDI output cannot be opened? What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. Don't make me restart my fucking computer. That's gonna be something stupid. Huh. Alright. We're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way, because this is being fucking stupid. Where's the audio? Like, where the fuck is, like, MIDI, what the fuck? Okay, let's just turn this off. Huh. I probably got a Windows update, and it's taking a shit. $50. I bet you it's a fucking Windows update. Oh, okay. It just sucks. It's just a piece of shit. So just mute. Oh, that's interesting. What the fuck are you on here? Don't open the file. No wonder why it's taking a shit. It's like literally frozen here. I left the computer on since yesterday and it's just like completely fucking broken. So let's just do this the old-fashioned way. For some reason, no A440 on here. that worked. Because everything else is broken, and I don't have to restart my computer right now. So we did it the old-fashioned way. Okay. Now, I'm going to plug this in, and let's see how fucked my computer is. If I have to restart my computer, it'll only take like a minute and a half, but I just don't want to do it. Because then I'll have to, it'll take like basically 3 minutes to restart the computer, open the program. anybody who stayed, let me tell you the problem is that I tune a whole step down. So I can't really cheat with the cliff notes that the jam tracks give you. Because like the jam tracks will tell you what the key is, what the chords are. But since I'm a whole step down, I don't bother with that because it's just, there's too much going on too fast. So I have to do it in my head by ear. So that's why it's kind of like, sometimes it's a shit show and sometimes I nail it. But like, there's like no cheating involved. I'm just like fucking, just kind of do the thing. All right. I'm gonna try to find something more interesting to do because this fucking middle core, I guess they call it, is not really my jam, but I guess it's fun. And I really just want to find like death metal and black metal tracks to jam over, but they don't really have enough of those. So that's where we're at. So I guess we're gonna do more fucking 80s shredding and maybe some whatever the fuck that was last. I'm gonna come and drink up right back and we'll do it again because some people seem to be entertained by this. All right. Okay, so Daddy's back. See, I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but basically the jam tracks look like that. And they tell, I don't know if you can you see that? Or is it too blindy white? But it tells you like what the keys, and this is wrong, by the way. It says tuning E flat, and then it says A minor. That's not the same thing. So this is bullshit to begin with. This is A harmonic minor, or tuning E, so it's like all fucked up. And I'm tuned to D. D standard. So none of the stuff that the guidelines ever worked for me because I'm all like everything's fucked, so I have to just guess the whole way, which is good practice. So that's what you're dealing with. So when I shit the bed, that's why, and because I suck. I haven't played any. We'll go in there. So welcome to the shit show. It's like that's what it is. Okay. My belt was stabbing me in the balls, well, in the stomach, and I can't take it anymore. I literally just can't do it. Oh, sorry. I just fucking literally can't take it anymore. I got a metal belt buckle, and it's just been stabbing me the whole fucking time. I've been sitting here trying to make believe it ain't bothering me, but it's fucking bothering me. It's fucking bothering me a lot. Well, it seems that some people seem to like it. Like, fucking Colombia boy came in. A lot of Colombian people, like my homeboys, Hispania. All right. Somehow, random making noises is entertaining people. Let me check the battery and check the time. Okay, let's do it again. One more. Who's that? Okay. I'm so sorry about that, guys. It literally was like stabbing the shit out of me the whole fucking time. I was trying to keep a straight face. So I appreciate you guys who supported my random practice shit, but it is what it is. I'm gonna the mic is off because I only have one cable. I just moved in, and I don't have a microphone hooked up to the interface yet. Thanks. So this is the ghetto $10 solution. I have a microphone, but I haven't hooked it up yet because we're just still testing everything. It's my fourth time playing in a year. So just testing shit out and getting things like not sucking. So, and this cable's fucked. So everything's kind of fucked, and you're just making believe. You know, if you have a random YouTube jam track that you know of, you want me to play, I'll play to it. But that's where we're at. So, all right, peace out. That goes going. One of my songs, my actual songs. I'll play a few while I get another drink. How's that? This is like one of my tracks. Hold on. Cable. Now I'm pissed. Now I gotta find another cable. So, I legit have had this cable I've been using that cable for 20 years. Literally 20 years. Is it back here? Is that plugged in? No. It's already plugged in over here. 20 fucking years and that cable finally died. This cable has seen more shit than Kamala Harris's mouth in underwear. And it finally fucking took a shit. Let's see if this cable works. It's tied up with a rope, so I'm assuming it's a good one. This is from all this stuff from my old studio that hasn't been unpacked in literally since 2012. So, so we're gonna find out if it works. Oops. There we go. All right. Where the fuck is the cable for this thing? Is this the one? Where's this fucking input? This has to be it. Unless I did something stupid. Huh. Oh my god. Oh, fuck you. What the fuck is going on here? Huh. Well, luckily I have more cables. Give me a second. Let's see if we can actually fix this. That is... What the fuck? Oh, well, it would help if I put it to the right fucking... This might work. Oh, we got a cable. All right. And that's probably why when I was tripping out when I've been playing, because I'll be sweeping and it just dies in the middle of fucking... Oh my god. I've been suffering the last 2 days. Like, it's my, my guitar shit, blah, blah. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh my god. That's so much better. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Because I don't know if you guys play, but it's been slightly off, and I thought it was just the guitar was fucked up. Because I bought this guitar from this place, and the guy was kind of a douchebag when he did the setup. So I was kind of worried the front pickup was just like causing it to short out. I couldn't accept that cable has met its limit. It's literally been 20 years it's been with me, and it's, I'm gonna try with the new cable and see how that feels. Because they've been suffering, like playing the last 2 days with this thing. Like, it doesn't look like it, but it is. crazy motherfuckers actually listen to me squeal on an untuned guitar. Fucking, whoever listening for that, I appreciate you. Yeah. I think I held it pretty close, bending the shit out of it to keep it in tune. But I think that's it for day 4. Let's take a look at the rug burn and see how we're doing, if I can play anymore. Because I only got 4 days of calluses on me. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Fucking, I don't know if you guys can see that shit. Let's see. I think we lost entire parts of our skin fucking sliding. But that's how you get back in shape. That's how you do it. Gotta give yourself fucking rug burn to the point where your skin melts. Alright, let me check the time in the battery. Alright. It's almost 2, and I got 65%. I don't see anybody, complaining. A couple people said that it was cool, so I appreciate those people. I can't really find anything worth fucking playing right now. And we played, every time I press the next, it keeps you playing the same fucking songs. So, I guess I'm gonna call it a night, and I'm gonna keep on this, practice fucking, I kinda wanna do one more. Because I'm an asshole, I wanna see how much I can burn my fingers through and not die. That's because, I'm an asshole and I kind of want to see how far I can go. At this point, so I even see if I can play well, so I want to see how I can go until my fingers break. But then we need something, if we can do that, something fucking crazy, so I can actually document how far I can go without hurting myself. Let's see. Last one. Neoclassical epic F sharp. Let's try that and then we'll call it a night. Try something as fast as possible. Let's see what happens. train is passing by and the whole ground shook. I just shit my fucking pants. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I almost pissed myself. Oh my god. I thought the neighbors were mad at me. reached terminal velocity. It was a champion. All the guys who came to say what's up. The goal was to try to burn my calluses into my hand. And I think I've accomplished maximum callus burning. And also, how many times can you fucking shred your ass off like a fucking reject? But now, if the burns will stay, we'll be good, and then we'll be able to play. Like, look at that, not bad, not bad, not bad. So, we'll just moisturize these, and hopefully, the inside will die. I'll be able to do the thing. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me during my fucking shit show. I'll probably, up until next week, I'll try to do a couple more, and then I'm going to disappear again. That's the plan. So, cool. I guess it was a success. Everything. Try to take time to set the microphone up, and then I'll be able to fucking bullshit with you when I drink whiskey and play metal stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to find a new pocket of tracks for YouTube, because this is like, I don't like making believe I like half of those songs. But it's the only thing I can find. And I can't do covers because I'll get banned. I don't like doing covers anyway, and I don't want to do my stuff until I release it. So, but we'll have some cool shit coming up. And you Tai Chi fuckers, keep in touch in the Discord. We'll do some ninja shit. You know what I'm saying? I say I love you. Great for your presence. Thanks for your gratitude. See you tomorrow. Peace out.